Hello. Good. I guess it's afternoon now. Good afternoon. Oh boy. Oh boy. Man, was I ever tired last night. I hope everyone's doing well. Hello, Wardstone. Hello, Shrimpy. Hello, Ixium. Oh boy. I woke up and I was like, my arms hurt. I was like, alright, time to do carpal tunnel stretches. But it's okay. It's okay. It's not that bad. I tend to dislocate things. Why does the medical one always keep coming up? Alright, well, how good was it? Yeah, I'll show you guys. I did do like an hour of work this morning just to get like sounds in and stuff because opening up like these like millisecond files constantly to hear the right thing, super annoying for stream. And a couple other things. So here's where we're at. So for sounds, these have sounds now. If we plop it down, right? Okay. I also fixed the rope. 1, I gave it a material. 2, I made the cylinder smaller. 3, I finally figured out, I went and read the docs on how Curve 3D works with making the Bezier curve. So I just put in the 2 points and give it the vertical shift I want, and it figures itself out. So that's great. So now it kind of looks good. Well, kind of. I mean, I wouldn't ship this. But if I have to, I mean, so this is where we're kind of at. For anyone else who missed it, these are some of the models we made last night. So here's my to-do list. We have a lot of bugs with the rope connectors. Like a lot. Every single bug has to do with the connections. So we're gonna do some refactoring with that and fix all the bugs. Because I know why the bugs are there. We just have to like fix them. Then I want to put in a distance limit for connections. And I want to put connection points on the assets so that when I go to do this, it's not just like shoving it in the middle of the panel. Right? So we'll figure that out. That's what we're gonna do. Yep. So for now, let's start with doing some refactoring. First thing we're gonna do is move the this right here is making the rope. We're gonna move this all out into its own thing. So for that, let's add let's add a child node. It's called CHG polygon. Okay, and then we're gonna add a curve 3D. What is that? I guess it doesn't work. Let me see then. Give her that then. Let's move it to a new script. Yeah, we will do function get polygon verts. Okay, and then we have create rope. Point A, point B. Well, I guess it should just be start and end. And let's have it return the polygon as well. And for this, I get the polygon verts. This is the start, this is the end. We create the path. I think I'm gonna add the path as a child of the polygon. That way it's all together. This is just a resource. As long as it's used, it exists. Okay. So we create the path, we set the curve, and we create our polygon, and we set the vertices. I'm going to put that here. Yep, we make our curve between our 2 points. We set the path. And we create polygon. Yep, okay. So creating the rope and cool. That means over here. How easy is Godot to pivot to from GameMaker? Depends. It depends highly on your experience, because I already know the concepts because I've done 3D. And I know how the engine works because I worked on an engine that worked this way before. So like the rendering, the input pipeline, everything, like I already know everything. So there's not, it's more like, for me, it's what is the word they're using here to do the thing that I want to do. And then obviously the GD script, like I don't code in Python very often. So, like, as you can see, I put semicolons at the end of everything because that's how I work, right? So if you don't do that, like, it'll be, you know, there's little isms like that. But I don't think it's hard. It's much easier than like Unity or Unreal for sure. Unreal's kind of okay because it they have like the blueprint scripting, right? So if you want to do things, like, you can kind of do it there. But the problem is that there's a big difference between like this GD script, where you don't have to know C# or C++ or anything, like, it, you know, and blueprints, right? Blueprints are very difficult to parse sometimes. The big spaghetti graph. So there's that too. But I think it's pretty easy if you know the concepts, for sure. And if you don't, I think you can figure them out pretty quickly. The biggest change, I think, for people moving from GameMaker to Godot would be like understanding what a scene tree is. Godot, GameMaker doesn't have that as a concept. This is going to be a collection of functionality. How do you import? Is it load? Yeah, it's preload, okay. So down here, this just becomes connection dot get create rope. Start to end, and we do add child. Like this. Cool. Yeah, so then we that should clean that up. Okay, no mind. Maybe it's the order of adding the path. This is what I changed. was it? What's annoying? They have to be siblings? You've thought about switching, but you do a lot of weird stuff with surface and vertex buffers, so I need to figure out equivalents. You should have access to them. At least when I was reading through the docs yesterday, I had to generate a mesh. There was a ton of stuff about that. So it should be doable. I think if you want to do more, like ISO, for example, like when I work on Elise again, it'll be in Godot. For sure, because ISO is so much easier. One thing I really like is the ability to create your own like debug like tools. GameMaker doesn't have that. So I think I was working on one for Elise where like it would like when you're designing, it would like preview and show you like if a cliff was too tall or whatever. I think some people have done it to like show areas like where like drops could happen with like certain gameplay elements and stuff, or like jump prediction things. I don't know. I think there's a lot of tools that you can make, and they just run in the editor here. So while you're designing it, it works. I think that's cool. I wish GameMaker had it. I hate how static the room editor is, because there's a lot of things that I have to keep jumping back and forth for. Like for example, I would love to be able to preview the wandering range of my characters, right? There's a range set. I have a debug flag that I can turn on. But when I'm working in the room editor, I can't see if the placement I've put it will have any issues. Even for like collisions, right? Will you collide with this element if I place it right here when you change screens? Don't know, but it'd be great to just make a little debug tool to do that. You suggested for me once? Yeah. I know some people have made their own editors to do that. I'm just like, I could just write unit tests, it's fine. Alright, so we got the rope creation out of there. I don't like how it doesn't have a shared parent. So I'm just gonna make a and then we return the node. Should work. No. Okay. This has to be a node 3D. Is it because the parent doesn't exist at the time we make the curve? Miss Lappy. Yes. Nope. Okay, so it's literally reparenting the results or the path. Okay, so then can we results? Okay, so that, yeah, it is just order. So instead, we'll change it to that. So we say this is going to be our rope node. Add child, vertical shift, curve, path. Right, then it's a sibling of the polygon node, and then we return it. Okay. Good, good, okay. So that's moved out. Save that. Okay, so let's look at some of the bugs. So one is about connecting in general, right? When we create the connection, we don't store that value. So when it breaks, we don't delete it. For example, if we do like this, and we delete this one, it's still there. So what I'm thinking is, our Pulse consumer has the connections, but I think we can do is connected. string name callable. Oops. Is there really a is connected? Why is that? Why does this exist on the object? It's not a signal. Okay. Okay. Anyways. So, for CAN Connect, we're going to upgrade this to be about incoming and outgoing connections, right? Because if it's outgoing, we check this. If it's incoming, well, actually, yeah, okay, we'll do, I think we have to do it a little bit higher. Static function. So we want to move over. This is the parent node. I think that's all we need. So let's move this to here. We're gonna fix it in here. So this is when we create the visual bit. This is where we're doing the logic. So one of the first things is can we create a connection from A to B? And we'll probably use this for some other stuff. So the first one is that it's about the incoming and outgoing connections, right? So node A dot can connect check outgoing for A. So A can connect if it's signal here. So there's that. Then for incoming, the easiest thing. If outgoing, check that. You return the incoming connection count is less than the incoming connections. Yeah, so now we can't connect these together. This is still a problem. Why is that? It has one incoming. Oh, that's because it didn't get updated. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So when we create a connection and we connect signals, the consumer's incoming connection count goes up by 1. That doesn't work. That works. That doesn't work. But we would still be able to do like that. So that still works. Okay. Okay, well. So that fixes some of that. Fix the... We can't have as many incoming connections as desired. Okay. The other thing I think we just fixed was the issue that if you go in this order, it doesn't work. But you would think, oh well, I'm just making a connection, like the direction doesn't matter. So we'll do that one next. Because really what we're doing, if we can't connect node A and B, so if we can connect node A and B, then we get this, okay? If Aleph. Node B to node A, then we swap it around because the end user does not care about the order. They just want to make a connection between the two elements. If not connected, return. And it works. Okay, so then there's that. So the order of operations is fixed. And then I can remove this because we have the check now external to here. Okay, so that is 3 bugs fixed. The next one is about deleting the wires. We delete that. I mean, obviously the wire doesn't go away, but I think also the issues that if we delete this and then we try to connect, oh, that wouldn't work. I think the issue is this way. Yeah. So when we delete a consumer, User, the consumer does not know. And that's because of this. So the reason why it knows if it's one way is because the signal will get disconnected automatically. But, the consumer doesn't know. So I think instead of using a counter, I'll just put another signal. I think. Even if we'll never signal it out. Because maybe we'll want to send something backwards afterwards. Like if we wanted to do like data or something, you can push it back. I don't know. It's a wire. Like we could send it back. Consumer dot incoming connection signal dot connect. Handle pulse. So if we want to send a pulse back, we could. So now if we delete this guy, we delete that guy. Yep, okay. That's fixed. And the last little bit is the wire. It's not deleted. So I think what we'll do is we'll put maybe as we create the rope. The builder's handling all of the visual stuff, so it should exist here. Hi Paul, how are you doing? So in that case, it's a tuple. Does Godot have pairs? How's the game going? It's going good. Can I make a pair in Godot? Key pair global class? What about tuple? Tuples in GD script. The code behind it is C++, then there should be pairs. I could just do everything in C++. That's true, I could. I mean, I could just use an array. Because when the consumer is destroyed, I want to do a cleanup. Does it have an on? Let's see. When we destroy when we clear, we clear the structure. Yep. So that means we can get the here's how it's going, by the way. I forgot. We got some audio now. We fixed some bugs. So yep, it's getting there. Demolish, here we go. Remove object. Yep, map position, here we go. So when we remove the object, we have the consumer, right? Okay. Can connect is consumer connected, connect signal. So I think we could just do a has connect. Has connections. We can return that the signal outgoing is greater than 0 or the incoming is greater than 0. Okay, it said yeet. Okay, so we know it has connections. Next, we have to associate the consumer to a connection. Actually, it could just be, we could just flatten it into, okay, yeah. So, is a dictionary of pulse consumers to an array of no 3D. Will you let me do that? They're not supported. What? Nested type collections are not what? Why are you limiting me? I can have a typed array. Godot proposal. Yeah, why? This is basic. Why? Is it just like assigning a name to it? Nested type. How do we do this? I didn't think I'd be dealing with this fundamental issue. Because it's owned by the parents, so we don't want to put it in the consumer itself. But it makes sense if it's going to be this limiting. Oh. How do you just like create a resource? What does the add keyword? This has to be a solved problem. Create new resource. That's all. Oh, let's create a new script. Class name is info. This has I don't want to call it connectors. I don't know. nodes. All right. We're gonna import it. Import it into here. This is where I need it. Technically it should be in connection, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Array of node 3D. Right, so when we create a connection, actually, where's the erase? Let's get to that. Yep. Then we go to connections dot erase consumer. Actually, yeah, this does have to go. It's not just enough to erase it from here. We have to delete it from the scene tree. Yeah, okay, so then we are going to move this to connection. That should still work. And then we are going to where is this is why we're refactoring too, because it's too big. Connection. Oh wait, it's not in info. It's for connection in info dot connectors dot remove. Do you have from parent? Oh. All right. And when we create the connection, we need that? Probably not. I think we can just do connections of node A dot connectors dot push connection, and then we do the same for node B. What? Invalid access to property of key. Does that just not add it? Okay, well, if not, why is it not just making, okay. That doesn't work. We delete this. Queue free. Ah, right, because it's already empty, right? Info dot connectors dot erase. Okay, well. I'm trying very hard to read your name. Chiyomichi? Shoot. Our braces make this hard. Ty. You're Ty. Hi, Ty. No wrong sayings. Yeah, this is the braces make everything hard. Okay, so what is going on here? If connections doesn't have a node, it makes a new connection info. Connections node A connectors push back the connection. Okay. If the connection exists, oh, I know why. Okay. And then we do info dot connectors. Well, yes. Can I resolve them, or I guess I would just do it clear. Because if you modify while you're iterating, there's the issues. How's the Ludum going? We're going good. We're fixing some bugs. I believe it was like this. Huh? Well, that's new. A second. Well, this was just working, but it's not anymore, so that's lovely. So why isn't that one working? Let's see. Create connection. What's going on here? So we go 1, 2. We want to connect to node A, which is a pulse consumer, to node B. We cannot connect A to B for some reason. And we cannot connect for some reason. Alright. Let's try it again. Node A is our guy. Let's down, step into node A. I wonder if the input and output for the two of those are connected together. Because node A where's the signal? You don't want to tell me what the number was for this? Do I just not get to see it? Thread, I don't care about that. I bet you it's just connected to each other. Let me see. Node A can connect true and node B can connect false. Node A dot is consumer connected to B. Check out going for A and incoming for B and make sure that they aren't connected in the opposite direction. I bet you. No? Okay, well, that's not... Alright, what is this value then? No, I know what it is. Okay. Because the extender can take an incoming or an outgoing. So what we've done is this will work. That won't. But that will work. Because of the direction of the wire, right? It's saying the connection is from here to here. So that is the direction of the flow of the wire. which is why when you try to connect this guy into here or here, it doesn't work, because then you end up with this situation where you could have, you know, I want to connect this guy to here. Well, he already has a connection running into him. But you don't know which way the wire connection is going. Okay, that's a visual problem. The point is, okay. Now what's the problem with this one? I want to connect A to B. I didn't pay attention. Down in. The number of signal, so the count is 0. That's 1. Return 1. Node B cannot connect, and why is that? Why did step out skip the second half of the statement? Oops. My fault. Okay. Over, in, over. Where does our count? Incoming connections. Why does it count as 1? Why does it think there's an incoming signal? I think I said deal with the cleanup. Okay. So in that case, I think what I'll do is this is annoying. Okay. I think we're gonna change connection info. To be okay. And over here, instead of being this, we'll just have an array of connection info. So when we create a connection, we do connections dot push back. Okay, why doesn't this work? Unexpected indent. What were you expecting? Oh, this. Alright, and then when we create a new connection info, I'm going to do node A, node B, and the connection. And then when we delete the object, we get the consumer, and then we can just do looks like Python. Yeah, apparently GDScript is, the syntax is based off Python. Okay, so we get our consumer, then for each connection in our connections, if connection, yeah. It's funny reading some of these, like, you know, I'm like, oh, you can't do this in GDScript, that's strange. So on Reddit, and people are like, just because it looks like Python doesn't mean it is Python. It's very interesting that that's becoming significantly more common. because I remember back in university when I learned about grammar, it was a little surprising that languages, you know, they're formed of two things. There's the grammar behind it, and then there's the actual syntax. And so you could have two. That's why when I see people like making their own languages and it's just like a reskinning of like C, I'm like, that's not really a new programming language. That's just a new syntax. But then other people consider syntax to be the programming language. So it's very interesting that we're like entering that level of what is a programming language, you know? Because I also remember for the longest time when I was telling people that HTML is a programming language, that XML is technically a programming language. People were arguing with me. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. The textbook says they are. Because they're descriptive languages. Although, is HTML just a flavor of XML? Except front end, yeah. Yeah, then you get into TypeScript and JavaScript, and I'm just like, oh god, and like different flavors of React. I'm like, they're just rewording JavaScript. So if the connection dot node, okay, so if we have a connection, dot erase connection. The only thing is, if we call erase, not supported and result, yeah, that's the thing. So it's like clear. I think the best thing to do here instead of this is for I in range of connections dot size Can I do a backwards range? Oh, I can. Okay. This 0, -1. Connections of I. All right. If not connection. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to erase it from the array. Continue. We do have a connection. So you write Apex, which is Salesforce version of Java. Oh goodness. Size -1, right? Yep. Size -1, go to 0 backwards. Ranges are inclusive, right? B and N are inclusive and exclusive, respectively. Oh, this is exclusive? Okay. I don't know why they're both not inclusive, but I guess it's because the other way around, you don't want to go, okay, hi. Okay, so we get a connection. First we erase it. If we don't have the connection anymore, then we continue. We're going to go to the node A dot disconnect signal. Connection dot node A disconnect from node B. Then we're going to do node B disconnect from A. And then we're gonna do connection dot wire dot Q. And then for disconnect signal, if is consumer connected. I need that. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Is consumer connected? Okay. Disconnect from both, I guess. We need that. So we disconnect B from A, and A from B, then we free the wire. Will that work? The wire doesn't exist? What do you mean the wire doesn't exist? We have a connection that should exist. Huge props on not vibe coding dot checking. Oh, I'm a hater. But this is like, I feel like that's cheated. Like, the whole point I'm doing this is to learn about Godot more. That's so cheaty. What is the point? You're cheating yourself into learning. I can get this done just in time without that cheating. I'm also a hater. My manager is 100% aware the moment they enforce me to use it at work, I'm gonna burn so many tokens through malicious compliance. But the funny thing is, like, I said, like, oh, okay, so if I have to use it, I guess I'll just move my Google searches into the thing. And he's like, malicious compliance. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, do you want me to maliciously comply? Because I can burn so much money. No one else will get tokens. But so far I think we're working on REST backend for AI persistent runtime. You want to learn the REST intricacies. But like, I've been yelling at Jenkins for months. I still learn. I know. I think it's important to learn it. you don't get time to, there's no time for training. That's the thing. It's like being a programmer. Training doesn't exist. That actually mortifies a bunch of people. When I tell people that there's this perception that you can just throw any programmer at any code and they can just like, so, oh, I see. Well, I'm still a hater. But like, yeah, there's this idea that there's no such thing as training at work. So when I remember when they threw a bunch of C++ developers onto JavaScript, none of them knew JavaScript. I was the only one who did. I had to review like everything. And they didn't give like no training, no like even online course. It was just, here's the work, get it done. We don't know JavaScript, you'll figure it out. So I always take those moments as like, well, I guess I'm going to do self-learning. That's wild. It's so normal. Yeah, there's no such thing as training. So, there is like understanding that like you don't know the language, but at the same time it's like, but you can figure it out. And it's like, what? Okay, so I get the connection. Why? How is my wire not? Oh, maybe I just, oh. Move at. Just retry that. Yeah, okay, and then the next thing is, oh yeah, that's right. I didn't save the consumer. Consumers. Apex is similar. A Java programmer can vibe it, but it starts faulting for going over limits. They won't get why. Yeah, and I take that as an opportunity to like learn, because they aren't going to train you. So if connection.node A, see, I could just put a the connection info has node. Actually, even better. Your connection. if has node return and then return true, return false. Update consumer. Use AI as early peer review. I'm right to hate. Well, unfortunately, some people keep sending me 2,000 line PRs of slop and then complaining when it takes an eternity to get reviewed. And so I think one sprint, I spent 80% of my time reviewing AI slop. And I went through like 5 rounds of feedback. Yeah. And I didn't even review the whole thing. I skipped a big chunk. I was like, everyone else, please get on this. And the thing is that we said like, hey, did you go through this and make sure it was following coding standards? Yep. Nope. We were all very salty because this has been happening for like 6-7 months. Someone's decided to go 100% on AI at work. They use it for everything. You DM them, it's an AI response. The worst thing about the AI responses is that, like, I said, hey, can you push this meeting back? There's not enough time to review a document. And they responded with like some sort of AI response that was like, kind of like, thank you for saying that. However, I disagree because XYZ reasons. Let me know if you have any questions or concerns. And I was like, you speak English, my boy. You should know what that last sentence means. I gave you a concern and you disregarded it and then said, let me know if you have any concerns. I'm gonna kill you. And he's just checked out. It's a security nightmare. Oh, you would be surprised. I spent so much time. AI suggested, for example, to change how some pointers work from shared pointers to unique pointers, and then having raw pointers everywhere. And I had to shut that crap down because it was going to crash the application if that got in. And I was so annoyed because I think I spent like 3 weeks arguing about it. And then I had to, they didn't believe me. So then I sat down with them and we prompted the AI to give the reason why you don't do this. And then they were like, oh, okay. And I was like, oh. So okay, so if we have a connection, I'm gonna clear it. Okay. And we don't need to iterate if consumer is null. I hate that. Why can't I do an and? Anyways, if we have a consumer, then we're going to go through the connections. We are going to remove delete is equal to false. Delete is equal to this, and delete is equal to true. Do not have one-liners for this. Hit Rex. Yeah, security nightmares is a big thing. Okay. If we have a consumer, we go through the connections. I think we need this actually. Yes, I know it's null. Consumers survive if consumers dot has position So if we go this way, that doesn't work. Go like that. We delete that one. We delete this one. We can reconnect. Okay. If not, consumer return. That's true. I could do that. That would be better. Less nesting. I think that's all those bugs fixed. This is fine. Gates over nesting. Yeah, no, I do too. There's an argument for a single return, but there's also arguments for nesting. Especially because this is like a scheme type hell with the indents, it's better to have less nesting. Okay, so oh yeah. And make sure that A and B are not already connected. I don't think it doesn't let you, but I think it's better to do a check up there. The connection info is owned by this node because it owns the wire. Clear the structure. Remove object. Go through. And when we create the connection, we push back the information. Now the only thing is that it returns null, so if it can't, so we don't want to push anything back that's null, because it just makes our iteration time take longer. So this, now we've got deleting wires. No, I have to clean something up. Connection info isn't used here. I feel like it makes sense to import it there and then connection over in here because it's related. Okay, connection, if connection push back. We get the consumer. If we don't have a consumer, we return false. Then we loop through the connections. If we have them, we clear it, we remove it, continue. We make sure A and B are not connected in the opposite direction, that A and B are not already connected, and then we return the rope when we create it. Discard those lines. Okay, so that's good. So when we delete connections now, it is fixed. So our current bug is that the direction of the wire is not clear. One way we could do it, but that requires shaders or the material. So I don't really want to do it, but having like a light going across the material, like the mesh, in the direction that the connection is. because then you know which way it's going. Let me see. How hard is this? We need like a time thing, and then this is where I like Unreal's node graph better. I think I have to make it a shader material. And then we'll just need to pass time in. Work. Okay, I'll leave that to the end. Oh, thank you for subscribing. That's not important right now. I do need to fix it, but that's not important right now. We can do that tonight. We need going through my to-do list. I can be a known issue. Take your business. Thank you. Did I commit? Let me see. Yeah, okay. So I want to do a couple things. I went through my list. I want a random tile to start with one of these. So that's one thing. We can do that real easy. When we're ready, right? We're gonna pick a random grid map position. Let me see. Do they have a random? No, that's not what I want. You want it full random or not? Go to edges. Yeah. We'll see, because I think 0, 0 is the center. So we would do random number generator. Really? You have to make... Okay, well... Where's my game manager? I need to tell it to randomize and start. Okay, and then as soon as you add random, let's see. So there's our random number generator. From 2, so I think over here. I think that's 1, that's -1, or maybe that's 0. 5. I think it's 5 in either direction. And I think it's what? One, 2, 3, 4. You don't have a hard code? Probably, but this is faster. Oh, get used cells. You know what? That's faster. You are right. Okay. Get used cells from the floor grid. Get used cells, and then we're gonna do. Where is it? Build? The position will be rand dot. Is it inclusive or exclusive? Oh, it's inclusive. Okay, and then we're going to build at position, or not position, cells of position. And we just have to make sure that the in this case it's the first one. We can set the type index to 0, and then we can reset it. Okay, so we got nothing. Oh, that's fine. There. That's done. So I think I'll just make this a function. So we generate the mesh library, and then we create the starting panel. I could move this out. I don't think an additional go through would be particularly bad, but anyways, it doesn't matter if it's on the edge or not. We got it. It's free. We create this. We create the object. I think we're good. Drawing all, yeah. We'll get to it because we have to do some stuff with the toolbar anyways. This is fine. This really shouldn't be here, but whatever. Unhandled input. Why are you complaining about this? Unused event. Die. Ignore. Okay. Can you do unit testing in some automated way? Yes. I showed how to do that a couple years ago. There's a lot of it somewhere. But yes, yes you can. It comes in with a pre-built unit test stuff, I think. Or if you have to add it, it's like easy. Alright, so that was the quick one about generate a random panel at the start. I guess that's done. We got visual stuff. Let me go over it. So for example, we have a coin here. Like, I don't really want it to be a coin, but if it is, I'm not gonna be annoyed. They're skinning these buttons down here. That's a visual thing. I'm not annoyed with this. I don't like it. We need to make tools. One to make a connection instead of just like clicking. Select the tool, right? It's like this is the builder tool. Right now everything's in the builder tool, which is a problem. And then like deletion, like you have to know you have to hover to delete. It'd be easier just to like click it and then delete it. Reconnecting. Deleting connections isn't really a thing. We can make it a tool. Like a link and unlink thing. That should be pretty quick. We need to make placing items cost money and unlocking items, you know. And then we need a distance limit for the connections, because otherwise why do you need the extender? You can just do this. If possible, I would like to make connection points, but this is a tool, I think, at this point. I don't think anyone will kill me for the fact that it's just you know. You look, the project gives Terranel. Yeah, I like Terranel a lot. If possible, I want to do the wind chime music thing. We'll see. Direction of wire is not clear. I hate it, but I will live with it. We need to make a menu screen. We can deal with that, because like worst case, I just put the credits on the screen. It's fine. We just need to make sure there's credits because people steal stuff. Change the floor to something else. We could, but this works. Okay, so it looks like the most valuable thing right now is the tool on the bar. This is when we're gonna start breaking stuff up. So the builder has the selector. What are we doing here? Camera, grid floor, button, camera, selector, selector container. So I might move the selector out of builder. Does it still work? Lines were hot visually. Looks like that still works. Did that make a change though? Oh, that looks fine. Okay. We can move that out. That's fine. I do want to, but I don't know if I'll have time. The worst case, if I have time, is I can I could color code the line wires based off direction. Or I could try to generate a cone mesh halfway along the wire at the midpoint. And then you know which way it's going. But if I have time, I'll do it. Okay, so we moved the selector. So that's good. I don't have to worry about that. What we're going to want to do is we have the builder. I'm going to make that like a tool. Then we're going to do a connector. Oops. It's gonna be a Node 3D. Call it connector. New script. This is gonna be called connector tool. Okay. And we're gonna start moving some of this stuff over. No problem. It's fine. Where's Game Manager? Our active tool is Node 3D. Okay, so set tool. Let me make a new script. Actually, create new script. I'm gonna call this a tool. Extends node class name tool. There is some lifecycle stuff I want. So the builder will extend tool and the connection tool. I might just go quick for this. Extends tool, we can delete that, that's fine. Then over here, let me lock in, taking too long. when we select a builder button, oh, maybe I do need this. Okay, we create the button, we set the mesh, we set the rotation, we connect it, and then we add that. To there, and then we can go to Game Manager. So actually, when you are initialized, generate the mesh library, create the starting panel, and then that's fine, I'll just register in the tool. So if we don't have this, it should just have nothing, and then if we do have it, and then over here, if no, not node return, or node equals active tool. Because if we're switching between the builders, we don't have to clear. If we are deactivating the tool, and then we want to there's a ton of life cycle stuff here. Clear. For our connector, you are a connection tool. So what we are going to do is where is your script? Where is this located? Scenes. Oh, get that out of there. What's here? So over here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna move all the connection stuff over here, but for now we're gonna do the register toolbar, and on start, going to have a reference to the button controls. And then this should technically be up in Tool then. We register the toolbar, and then we're going to, where is it? Create a new button. Let's just make it a viewport button for now. The mesh. Let's just set it to something that isn't terrible. Don't need that. Press that connect. This will be, let's just do connect. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong one. I wanted the model. Okay, so we have this. So if we have like this, for example, place a few things, we select this, it's not clearing it. So we want to deactivate the builder. Oh, right. We want to do actually, I could probably just give me a second. Alright, why are you angry? Unexpected indent. Oh. Okay. If not, return. And then also for unhandled input. Active tool, don't care. Okay. There's that. Nothing happens. We switch back to that. Okay. So the next problem is that the selector's position is like tied to this. So this technically has to be moved out, but I'm okay with just doing this for now as a to-do. So if we have something and we click this one, it's not clearing it. Why is it not clearing it? Is it even calling it? Oops. Okay, it calls it. Step into. Oh, that's why. Clear structure. We could just call clear structure. Because when we select a new builder, it'll set the index for us. There we go. Okay. So that's that tool. It has the wrong icon, but that's fine. So we're going to start moving the connection stuff out. Select consumer. Okay, so the grid map position has to be moved out. I think I'll move it up into the game manager. The only problem is the game manager is a global. So we'll have to change that. Where's game manager? Does it blow up? Mm-hmm. So game manager. What we're gonna do is have actor, builder, when we're ready, set up tools. So for tool in tools, we are going to, this also will get the order. Okay, so knows what a game manager is now. Maybe? No, wait, we shouldn't need to do that. This is the problem. Okay, and then when we register the toolbar, try again. Extends tool, cannot reserve class tool. Okay, why? Was tool and game manager? It might be. No, tools right here. Just turn that off. Was that literally the problem? Dash display dot set text game manager. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, give me a second. What? Okay. So I didn't finish filling that in? Alright, for tool and tools. Set manager self. And then, we'll tell it to register the toolbar in the order that we want. That way, the tool register, toolbar. It doesn't work. Hmm. Game manager, and then when we create the consumer, oh, it doesn't exist yet. Why is that? We set the manager, then we register the toolbar. Okay, so we could do okay. So everything's broken. We create the manager as a connector in the builder. Oh, this is one. Okay, that works. Okay. So we split the game manager out. Just put a stopping point there. Coin consumer, we can close that now. Pulse consumer, we can close. I don't like that, but whatever. Connection if no, we don't need. We also don't need this one. So we're gonna move. We need to move the grid map position stuff out. Get push force. Oh yeah, force pushing is my hobby. So I think what we'll do is we'll put this into the manager. Or actually, should it belong in the selector? Because it has everything to do with the selector. So the grid map position and is hovering over grid. We'll go to the selector. Keep it the same for now. Yeah, it's gonna blow up. We are going to move this to process. And then we need the view camera. View camera, the grid map. So we need floor grid. We need the view camera. We need the plane. You also need to know the floor grid. So this can stay here. The sea of red. Oh, it's fine. So it has the selector, but I don't think it needs... Oh, the preview of the structure. So yeah, it does need it. But because this is a thing now, we can do like create preview. And it will take a, whatever this is, act scene. Node. I guess it's just a node. Okay, so we get the preview. We will deal with that later. Set manager, super set starting panel, generate mesh. Don't need the selector container anymore. We do need to know what the cursor is. Do we use grid map anymore? Oh, we do. That means selector has to know what the floor grid is, and it needs to know what the camera is, and it should just work. Famous last words you've ever said. Yeah, well, it is working. So we moved out of our builder. Are you committing it? Thank you. Next, we want to move the connection stuff out. So that means that the node A, B, so this knows what type it builds. The actual consumers that have been built can go and live in the game manager. Deal with that in a sec. That means that the connection information can go live in the connector tool. Which means that we'll deal with that. Select consumer, can go live in connector tool. No, the connections can live here. What we want to do is what we're gonna do up here is update the mesh. You remove the consumer, and then we'll do an event thing. I don't think I need the Boolean here anymore. So we'll do game manager dot remove consumer and map position. Okay, so what we are going to do is then we remove the consumer. What do we want to do here? Consumer types duplicate. Mesh index offset, and then we can do a consumer position temp. Moving that to consumer. All right, so figure that out. Node A and B are not. Oh yeah. Okay, so these have to be moved over. And then it needs to know about the selector, so that can go up into tool here. And the builder doesn't need to know about this anymore. This is pretty much the only thing not related to the actual functionality of this tool now. Does it work? Looks like it's working. Yep, it's working. Okay. So we've moved the connector functionality into tool. So make connection be a tool on the bar is working. We do need to make what we're gonna do is make a delete. The other thing that we have is that delete is like, you kind of have to know that it's a thing. So I think what we'll do is when we delete remove object, update the cell mesh of the grid map, we remove the consumer. So the grid map doesn't belong to this. we can make this guy. You get a script. I'm running. What am I working on? Give me a quick second. Delete tool. Extends tool. Let's just register toolbar. And then we'll just pop it in here as the deleter. And it crashed. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. I did not. I did not tell it where anything was. Here we go. So, you build these things, right? Like this. Oh, whoops. Changed it. Like that. Then like that. And you can distribute it. Like that. And get points. That's pretty much it. We're working on stuff. Yeah. So we're working on stuff. Looks good, thank you. And then it becomes like a little idle game, so the efficiency of your coins per second or whatever. I should, you know what? I should put coins per second in the UI. Stretch goal, coins per second. So you can maximize your efficiency. Am I open to feedback? Not right now, but you can post it anyways. Like, you can post it, but there's absolutely no guarantee that I'm going to do it because I'm crunching. Give me a second. I'm moving remove object out. Yeah, okay, so we go to the connector tool, deleter. Remove object. Maybe put a little spark or yellow thing on the wires or building so it's powered or not. Yeah. Oh, it's crashing. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. There's actually kind of a... Sorry, I was working on that. This is a classic example. If we connect this one and this one, okay? And you say, okay, I want to connect that to that. It doesn't work because the incoming connection for this has already been used. But you don't know that because the wire looks the same as if I had done delete. Yeah, we'll deal with that. Like this sort of thing. I broke it because we're refactoring, but anyways, you get the point. So then you would know the direction and if it was powered, yeah. But wire garbage collection, yeah. Well, I'm moving things around. Remove object. So when we call remove object, wait a second, I can make connect. Wait, removal. set tool to self. Okay, and then we have the connector tool. Object, I think. Classic demo bug, you need to sacrifice more to the demo gods. Give me a second. It's because I'm refactoring. Give me a second. Update cell mesh. Sorry, let me see. The mesh index is -1, orientation 0, and D is that. And then we are going to copy the grid map. Oh, you still need it. Into here. I don't need process and I don't need ready. And then when we go over here and we go remove object. How long have I been coding for? Today or in general? In general, 20 something years. Since I was a wee babe. Let me see. Yeah, so when we remove the consumer, okay, we want to actually, you don't need, when we build, we remove. We're getting rid of action demolish. From here. I'm encoding for 10. Get a brief stint in Unreal, but blueprints is too much. Yeah, you can code in Unreal. C++. You don't need to use blueprints if you don't want to. I don't like how that's like duplicated, but oh, you know what I could do? The documentation on how to do things in Unreal's pure code is so sparse. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. consumer removed. Okay. So when we remove the consumer, we admit the consumer and the grid map position. And so the deleter needs to know when it's removed. And I do. Actually, no, this one doesn't need, actually. When the builder oh, but that's the current position. No, okay. Oh, hello, welcome back, Shrimpy. Hello, Shrimpy Raiders. How's the stream? Okay. Gonna go here, but game vision question. Would you want distance affect electricity transport efficiency? I have a to-do to cut off wire connection based off of distance. So instead of having power, it's just like you can only connect a certain distance. You hit plat 1 and kind of marvel. Wow, that must be pretty good. Because that would be... Is that higher? Wait, I know there's bronze, silver, gold. Is it plat? Or is it diamond plat? Or is it... They're all different. I don't know. Went right back to doing C++, no games. Right now you're coding a little... Oh, okay. Top 73%. Plat, then diamond. Oh, okay. Well, that's still pretty good though, right? That's a lot of time. Manager on consumer removed, clear the grid position. So that means when we remove the object, we just call up to remove it, and then it'll come back and tell us to remove it. Same thing for the deleter. We don't need to know about the grid map now. Because is wrong. Nothing's progressing. I got 4.5 hours. Well, I'm not doing compo. I'm doing jam. So technically, I have until tomorrow. Compo ends in 5 hours. Jam ends in 1 hour, 5 days. But like I have work, so you know. I'm trying to get it done tonight. And then for the connector tool, we want to do when the manager is set, I don't need both, but I think that'll work. So now yeah, that's fixed now. So we put this in the toolbar, we activate the tool, we remove the object. Let's go to our input map. We don't need build anymore, or demolish. Build is a terrible name, but you know what? It's fine. So now we're down to 2 controls. That's pretty good. From like, what, 1 million? You just need left and right click. Okay, so activate the tool, unhandled input, remove the object. Clear grid position. Remove the object. Yeah, because I think there would have been a bug if you had this and then we connected. Cool. So that gives us a deletion tool. We need to make a UI icon for connection, deletion. I think I want to make the deletion selector. To change it. That's a stretch goal. I'm going to move it down. Stretch goal, move that down. Okay, so this is where we're at. I think this list is up to date. We've got to do placing items costs money. Okay, which means we also need to start with some currency. Okay, it should be like just enough to place a building. Then there's the ability to like unlock different items in the bar. Distant limit for the connections. Then we have like the UI stuff, so making a proper icon for the currency, making a UI icon for the connection and deletion, stuff like that. Do we want to, given that you don't get money back when you delete something from your grid, I was gonna say like maybe we should have like deleting connections be like a thing, but I think I'm gonna force you to delete the building. Maybe. That could be a stretch goal. Okay. Well, okay, so distance limit for connections. Okay. So let's do that one. I think that one's easier. The connection tool we don't need. The deletor we don't need. We can close all of these. Oops. Well, okay. So so can we connect between them? That's the first thing. And then we have to check the distance. Let me just get what's your Does that not count? Does it have to be like this? Is it like that? Okay, and then we get rope points. The next thing is we can connect like distance check. Actually, we could just put that in a generic can connect, right? This is a bit more expensive, but the points between A and B, and then we do is it this one? Distance 2? Result is equal to the points. The distance to this is less than or equal to 50. Let's just print. Actually, you know what? Let's just print this for now. That's 3. Okay, so I guess it's based off of the tile distance. So this would also be 3. Oop. Yeah. Okay. So then what is that's 3 and that's 3. Okay. I think a distance of 3 is pretty good, actually. Because that visually looks a bit far. But I think if it was... like that, that doesn't look as bad. Because obviously we don't want it right beside, because at that point why have the connections, right? but having it only one across is okay, but it doesn't give power lines. So yeah, I think 3 is good. So now that will work. That won't. Okay, cool. So we now have a reason to have the extenders. How quick is it to add a blend? Where is when we select the consumer, because we want to do everything on the mesh grid, right? Well, you can just get it from an item preview. Okay, anyways. It's fine. Can I get the mesh and then modify it? if I get this mesh, can I... I want to see if I can mess with it. If I get the blend, the material, blend shape, what we need. I can get the material. Surface override material, okay. Crash? Yep. It's an array mesh. Okay. So can I add a material override? Non-existent function. What does it create a Alright, that's not gonna do what I want. Hi Pablo. Yeah. So I think an example would be, we come over here. I was hoping I could just like apply material. Okay, well, wait, give me a second. For the connector tool, when we have, give me a second, clear. Node A is something. Node B does not. We continue. I clear. I hit it again. Why is no B null? Huh? Mm-hmm. Okay. What am I doing? I am suffering. Why is it suddenly not working? Okay, well that's something. When we change feel like it's not actually setting it to null. Node A is null, node B is null. Node A is something. Node B is... Okay, so we create the, why would we create a connection here? Oh, no, that's expected behavior. I'm just stupid. Okay. The real question is, why didn't that work? Is it because of the distance? It might be the distance. It's the distance. Oh, so this should work. Okay. So. Yes, okay, it's working. I forgot I changed the behavior. You know, maybe that's a sign. Maybe that's a sign I should take a break. Yeah, let me look at my to-do list. Yes, hi Holly, I know. Okay. Placing items cost money. Unlocking items costs money. Then we have to do the UI. I really want to add a couple of additional things. We have to do the final menu screen and then, if possible, direction of the wire, but we'll focus on UI a bit. UI gameplay, and then yeah. Menu string. Okay. Sounds good to me. Okay. I'm gonna end the stream here. I'm gonna stream again. Later tonight. Stream raid. No one is streaming. Okay. Jeez. Before I go now. I'm trying to find someone. I don't. Someone's been streaming for 19 hours? Are they okay? How long left of the Ludum Dart? Oh! Compo ends tonight at 9. Jam ends tomorrow at 9. So I'm doing Jam. So we have tonight. And then tomorrow I'm going to just like make the entry and take screenshots and stuff. I'll do that off stream. Okay, I can't pick anyone to raid because it's either they're not English or they've been streaming for like 12 hours. And this is too much brain power. Alright. I'll see you guys later tonight, like in 5 hours or something. Alright. Have a good dinner. Or sleep. Or whatever. Good night. Goodbye. Wow. If that applies to you. If not, I'll see you later.